Hello everyone, welcome to Rob's Gaming Table. I'm Mel, and today I'm going to be continuing painting the characters from Massive Darkness 2. If you tuned in on Tuesday, I started the characters. I got through about 3 of them. I do have a few small things that will add to them, but they're pretty much ready to go. So we're going to hopefully work on the next 3 and get those ones all ready to go so that we can start working on some of the enemies in the game. I'm really excited to start working on some of those and get into some of the big bosses and hopefully do all that on stream for you. So super excited. Hello everybody that is watching live, anybody that's watching later, welcome. Hopefully you guys are also grabbing some paintbrushes and paint and some minis while we just spend the evening painting some minis today. If you have any questions at all, post them in the chat. I'll try to help you, or one of the awesome people that tune in live can also sometimes help if I'm not sure. Ninja Art, hello, says happy Friday. Not Friday. Not here anyways. Here it's Thursday, but happy Friday if it's Friday for you. Today's Thursday, yes. Thursday night, we're just going to put some paint on some minis, get them ready for the table. Again, one of my issues is I think I spend too much time on some of these minis. I'm working up to becoming faster so that we can get these games to the table faster, because since I've started painting, we don't play with gray plastic anymore. It's like a luxury now, right? Where it's like, okay, new game in, have to paint it before we can play it. So yeah, need to start learning how to paint faster and not worrying so much about every single little detail. From bird's eye view, right? When you guys are watching, those little tiny imperfections that bother me, I have to just let them go because you guys can't see them from that far away. Yes, I hold some of them up close, but I just have to realize, like, when you're magnifying a mini, you're obviously going to see some of the imperfections, and I just have to let that go and say, let's just get these table ready so we can start playing. So that's kind of the goal. I want to get these table ready. We want to start painting the enemies. Someone said that we need to get all of the enemies painted because we don't know, it's kind of like random what enemies you're going to get in the game. So we kind of need to have them all. It's not set where it's like, okay, scenario 1, you're going to face this enemy and this enemy. So we need to get all the enemies painted up so we can start. I don't think we need every boss painted yet. So at least if I get all of the characters and enemies ready, we can start playing and then go from there. And hopefully, if you guys are liking these streams, I will continue to do them on stream for you. So we're going to catch up with the chat. Hello, everyone. Wise Guy says, 11-month-old, go to bed, so peaceful and relaxing. Awesome. Are you going to paint? I hope so. Miniature painting is what I do when my 2-year-old and 11-month-old go to bed, is what I should have said. Oh, I see. Your comment got half deleted. I see. Okay, yeah. Let the kids go to bed, then pull out your paints. We will paint and chill. If you guys have anything you guys want to talk about, anything painting related, gaming related, anything, we can chat about whatever while we paint today. So Adam is back. Hello, Adam says, hi, I'll be priming and dry brushing some minis with you. Yes, awesome. Which minis are you going to be painting and dry brushing? What game? That's awesome. Oh, Ninja says, sorry, I forgot that tomorrow is a Quebec-specific day off. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome. So technically, I see what you're saying. So it's like your Friday, right? You can stay up late. You don't have to work tomorrow. That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay, well, I think what we'll do, we can keep chatting about whatever you guys want to talk about, but we'll get down to the table. We'll start looking at what we're going to work on today and some of the few little things that I want to add to the minis that we painted on Tuesday. Okay, so the only thing I did off stream was I just painted the bases. Some of them might need another coat, or sometimes I find they get stuck to, I've been using, originally I was using a paper towel and kind of putting them down on a paper towel when I was letting them dry. And then I was noticing that along the bottom, it would have little like paper towel pieces that would stick to the bottom. So I started using a plastic children's mat. You know what you would put, like a little mat that you would put under their plate when they're eating. I started using one of those, and I find that works a lot better, but still some of the little pieces do flake and stick. So I will just fix up those. But again, that's not super urgent right now. And then this character, we just had to put the eyes, which I don't think I'm going to start with because I don't know that my hands are ready. I think I was saying in the last one, I need to get painting for my hands and muscle memory and everything to start working. I can't start with just trying to dab on some eyes. This one's almost done. The only thing I didn't do was I'm just going to put a little bit of wash on all the metals, and I think maybe just add a little bit of detail on the bow, and we're going to do the little symbol on the front. And then this one was pretty good. I don't think I'm going to wash the face. I like it to be bright yellow. I am going to wash, I think, the wings. We'll get some, because there's some detail in the wings. Oh, it's easier to see. A little, there we go. There's some detail in the wings and lines in the wings. So I want to pick that up with some very, very light wash. And then if we need to highlight it up, we can. And I want to do one more, almost like a white highlight in the tip of the wing to make it almost look like it's glowing. Like, see how at the very, very tip, it's almost white. So I just want to add that. And then we're going to work on the other characters as well. So I think what I want to do is I think I want to start with some of these, and then we'll go back to these ones as things are drying, just to help keep things flowing. So I have my wet palette that I'm using, which I will be using for all of my regular paints. And then I have a dry palette, I actually have two, that I will be using for any kind of speed paints, any metallics, and that's it. So I have two. We'll interchange them as we need to use them, so it's not taking up too much screen. Just gonna, yeah, we'll leave those off to the side. This guy, I don't know how much I'm looking forward to painting this guy. He is exciting. So I think we're gonna leave him to second. We have this character, we have this character, and we have this character to go. And then I still have the cards just for reference for the other three. I think I'm gonna start with, this guy. I think he's not too challenging. A lot of earthy colors, browns, beiges. Got a little bit of armor on his arms and belly area. We got a weapon. So I think I'm going to start with him. I'll just put these kind of back here. Yeah, he's very colorful, and yeah, I think, you guys ever have that where you open a box, you look at some of the art from the minis, and you're like, oh, I'm kind of dreading this one because I know that I could mess it up quickly. This is kind of one of those ones where I'm like, oh, I hope I can get it to look like what it looks like on this picture. I'll just put that there so you guys can kind of see what we're working on. Okay. I think for him, we'll actually be able to use some speed paints mainly, except for maybe some of the metals. Yeah, I think we can try that. Everything lined up quick so I can reach it without putting my face in the screen. So I think we'll start with the skin, and we'll go with this Crusader skin. Minis have been primed in matte white Army Painter using the spray cans. But I am going to look up, I believe it was Adam that was talking about it on last week's stream about the paint-on primers. That would be interesting. I think I want to try that. Okay. Gotta kind of organize myself here. And for brushes, I use whatever is available on Amazon that come in multi-packs that have a variety of sizes. I like ones that range from anywhere from a 5 or 6 to a double or triple 5. I like the littler brushes. which is not always the right brush for the job, but I'm learning to expand. I mean, I think when I first started painting, I would paint like a full mini like this with a brush this size because I was so scared and I was trying to make every single line perfect, nothing melded into another color. Everything was perfect. And it took me hours. So we're expanding. I am going to use a 333 right now. This is going to be just for the skin, just so I can get into the skin area. But when we go to do the cloak or the cape, we'll use a bigger brush for that. Just have some darker hair, so we'll just try to avoid that area in the back. Oh, you're using paint on primer right now? Nice. Oh yeah, and you said you were painting your Sword and Sorcery minis, right? Yeah, we were talking about that last week, or on Tuesday. Awesome. Got some ears poking out here, so we'll make sure to get those. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is just try to soak up some spots where the speed paint might pool a little bit more than I want. I'll just soak that up a little bit. Hi, Matthew. Hello. Happy painting today. Thank you. Hello, hello. Matthew, are you painting along with me today? Or are you just chilling? Also, Matthew, I don't think it's scheduled yet, but you were asking yesterday or Tuesday if we were going to do, if I would do a weekend, like kind of like an all day paint kind of stream. And I will let you know that is happening this weekend. I don't know if Rob has put it on the channel yet, but that is happening this weekend. I'm just going to get up in the morning, eat some breakfast, come down, and we'll just paint all day. We'll see how many of the enemies we can get through. And then for the enemies on stream, what I'm going to do is I'm going to only paint a leader and a minion on stream. So a leader and one of the set on stream, and then the rest I'm painting off camera, just so that we don't spend all day painting a set of 6 of the same minis or 7 of the same minis, and that's boring. Oh, you're drinking along with me today. Not drinking, unfortunately, just have water. I don't think I could drink and paint. I don't think. Okay. Just looking at the card, and it looks like actually maybe some of this area looks like it might be skin, so we'll just do that. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect. Someone tuning in later to watch us play it isn't going to be like, oh, that little bit was actually jacket, or that little bit was actually cloak, or whatever. So, okay. I'm going to go with, looking at his cloak, I have 2 options in the speed paint line. I have the hardened leather and the dark wood. Now, I think for the cloak, to kind of match, it looks like it's a little bit lighter. I think I'll go with the hardened leather. The dark wood is a little bit darker, and I think I'll go for that maybe with the hair. And maybe Yeah, maybe for the hair. And it looks like he has something going on in the front that's separate, a little bit darker. So maybe we'll use that for that. So we'll start with the hardened leather from the Speed Paints for the cloak. Adam says, if you guys are going to do a 2-player playthrough of Massive Darkness 2, then you only need 1 leader and 2 mobs instead of painting the entire mob set. Do I potentially need, we may play 3-player if we play with Kyle, so we may need a leader and then 3. But someone had mentioned you may have to add another one when you go through a door. I don't know if that's the case, but that's what someone had mentioned. So I've just kind of been painting the other ones that I'm not going to be painting on stream. The other 5 in the set. I've just been painting them off stream. I was painting a few last night. Oh, I was going to get a bigger brush for this, which will definitely speed up some time. So we'll use a size 2 for this one. Larry, hello, hello, welcome. How are you doing? And for the speed paints, you just kind of want to slap it on, fill in all of the white, let it fill in all the recesses. Just kind of want to use a lot. Speed paints can be kind of runny, so I try as I'm near the edge to kind of try to control it as best I can, especially if I'm going to use a speed paint beside, like right where they're going to touch. Doors can spawn a separate mob. Oh, okay. So they can't spawn more of a mob already in play, only a separate mob. Okay. I see. Slap it underneath here. I have not read the rules yet, so I've just been going off what people are saying. A couple people were letting Rob know in the unboxing when we were mentioning about painting it. So Larry says, another fun, relaxing, fun night relaxing while you paint. I just have to figure out how to slip my gray plastic into your to-do list. You know, it's funny, a lot of people have said that. You know, my to-do list is getting bigger and bigger, and then as more Kickstarters are close to delivery, it's like, okay, I better hurry. Other games are coming. But we'll see if this whole streaming painting gets me through painting faster. Not that it's like forced painting, but kind of is, right? I'm like forced to paint when I schedule a stream to paint, which helps get through things faster. If you guys like watching these. Okay, and then I'm just gonna check the edge. Both sides. Okay, that looks good. I think for the horn shoulder pads, I think I'm gonna go I'm gonna go with the speed paints again, but I'm gonna go with the pallid bone. I think that'll be a very light bone color to do the horns. Oh, the skeletons can add minions back to a group, but I don't think they can go over what you started with. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, Kate says, I've given my painting friend a heads up about Darkest Dungeon delivering this summer or fall. Oh, yes, Kate, because you supply baked goods, right, for your friends that paint for you? Yeah, sun drop too. Yeah, you can just do a sun drop. And then you're just kind of good to go. I find I like the speed paints because you can get through quickly. I know we have Oathsworn is coming, and I want to paint that up to play. I feel like I might want to paint that on stream as well. There looked like there were some cool minis in that one. Yeah, bribe with cookies. Yeah, that would be that's a good form of payment. Yeah, Larry, you're just offering to throw them into my pile, but you weren't offering cookies. That changes things. I'm sure there is I'm sure there is online you can find people that will like locally to you that will paint your minis for you. You just have to pay them. Yeah, I like that color. This color dries a lot lighter as well. So I think it'll be good. Anyone has played this game, I'd be curious, who is your favorite character to play and why? Like who should we be thinking about playing? Larry says, so if that's all it takes, I will send weekly deliveries of cookie tins. Larry, where do you live? In the US? Or where are you located? I don't think you can send cookies across to Canada. Usually food can't be sent. Okay, I just want to like pooling in this weird spot right here. So I'm just gonna take the brush and kind of try to smooth that out a little bit. There we go. That is better. We got so far, looking good. I think we will go to, I'm gonna do some of the metals now so that it can let some of that speed paint dry before we start using, once we start using speed paints around other areas with speed paints, if they're not fully dry, we'll have some bleeding and some mixing of colors that I don't really want. So I'll move on to some metals while we let that dry a little bit. I think I will go with plate mail metal. Oh, you posted the recipe in the Discord. Oh, okay. We'll have to check that out. Fudge in cookie format. That sounds good. That sounds good. Wyatt says, I really like the diversity of the new heroes. I haven't looked into any of them. I don't know. Do you have a favorite? Oh, the Ranger class is really fun. Okay. Ranger, usually Rob or I will pick a Ranger. We love having ranged abilities. So, yeah. Larry says, one issue with Oathsworn is that the boss fight and the monsters are supposed to be a surprise. So Rob and I have talked about this. There's two options, I think, with how we can. There's some minis that are just, you already know, you open the box and they're there. I'll start with those. But then the ones that are in the boxes, potentially they get revealed and we play with them as gray and then I paint them after. Or the other thing is I open the box, paint it, put it back right in the box. I know nothing about it. So I might see what the mini looks like, but I don't know what it does. I don't know what the card abilities do or anything. So that's another option. Oh, shipping within Canada aren't great either. Yeah, I guess that's true. That's true. Yeah, Larry's in US, New Jersey. Yeah, I don't think you can ship food, especially, I don't even think, like, especially baked goods. Ah. Okay, so we're just gonna do some of the metal that looks like it's on the arms. We've got a little bit on the stomach area, some around holding the cape together. We have like a little buckle there. So we'll do some of that. I'm thinking about doing all of these shield. It's got like a whole bunch of shield looking things on his skirt area. I think I'm gonna do those in like a gold, maybe a gold or a bronze color. I have a weapons bronze. I think I'll do that so that they're kind of stand out amongst all of the browns. Well, that didn't even, there was like a bubble when I put that and I thought it was a full paint, but it was just a bubble. There's like no paint on here. Oh, and we can do the axe as well. Drinking. Oh, One Horns fan, I've enjoyed painting mine so far, but the only thing is difficult with that. Sorry, the only thing that it is difficult is that a lot of the hero art, if that's what you use as a guide, it's kind of the same color palettes. Yes, that is true. They're very like neutral colors, except for when you get to the wizard who's like bright and eccentric. There's a lot of metals and that. I don't mind that. I don't mind that too much. I do think the sculpts are very nice. They're all different. They're unique. They're not boring. Like this little mini is so cute. So cute. I have to admit though, like as I paint it, it makes me more and more excited to play. Like I'm like, oh, I just want to play this game. And as I hear people talk about it, I think it's gonna be fun. I don't think it's gonna be like super challenging or anything, but I think that this is the kind of game where you can just kind of chill, have a beer, get with some friends, you know, roll some dice, kill some enemies, and be on with your day. You know, you're not brain burned by the end of the day. You can maybe play a couple scenarios, or if you're playing in a campaign, you can play through a couple in a row, right? Not like when you play something maybe like Sword and Sorcery, which is an awesome game, but can be totally brain burny. By the time you're done playing, you're like, okay, I'm so exhausted because of all that math I was doing and thinking I was doing. Sometimes it's fun to just grab some dice and throw them and kill enemies. Oh, overall the game has been pleasant surprise all around. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited. So that means I just got to paint faster, because the faster I can paint it, the faster I can play it. Now, Kate, I don't know if you're still here. You said you have already told your friend to get ready to start painting your, what was it, Darkest Dungeon that's coming in the summer. Now, will you play it unpainted or half painted, or no, it needs to be fully painted before you can get going? That's why I'm not sure what to do with Oathsworn, right? With those minis that are in the boxes. I'm not sure yet. It's going to be weird, right? We're having all painted characters and then all of a sudden some boss comes out of a box and it's just gray plastic roaming around. I don't think it will look as cool, be as epic. Okay. And yes, exactly. There's definitely a place for a beer and pretzel dice chucking dungeon crawler in every collection. I 100% agree. Like one of my favorite games, I think it will always just be one of my favorite games is Zombicide. I know some people are like, oh, they roll their eyes like, oh, Zombicide. But for me, now I feel like it's not nostalgic, but it's one of not the first, but one of the first board games that I played, and I just loved it. And you don't have to think, you can just have fun, you can roll dice, get a whole group of people around the table. They don't even really have to know what they're doing. They kind of learn on the fly, just give them a few movement rules and spawning rules so they understand. I love those kind of games. Don't get me wrong, I do love like huge epic like Gloomhavens and Sword and Sorceries and all of that, but sometimes it's nice to just kind of, like you say, throw dice, kill enemies. And it looks like under here there is a shoulder pad that is some plate metal. So I'm just trying to get under there and do that. Oh, you will play unpainted. Okay, you're not picky about it. There's 100 plus minis in that. I have to go and I have to Google that and see. I don't remember that Kickstarter, so I don't remember, but that's crazy. I think even for this one, like we didn't realize, but there was, I think there's like 68 minis in for this game. And Rob and I were kind of like, oh, is that too many? Is this going to take me like 2 months? Because I think for me, I go on and I mean, anybody that paints might agree with me is like, you kind of go on these, not necessarily like binges, like it ebbs and flows, right? Where you're like, you paint a game and then you're like, okay, it's done. And you just put your paints down and you're like, I don't really want to paint tonight. I don't want to paint tonight either. And it kind of can go where it's like, oh, I haven't really painted for like a month. That can happen, and that happens to me sometimes. So that's why I'm hoping that if I continue doing these paint streams of the different games, it'll just keep me painting and going. Okay, I can't see the bottom half on this guy, but looking at the looking at the mini itself, it looks like we have some armor around the around the knees. So I'm just going to, you know, best guess judgment what I think it'll look like and do some of that. Oh, why says I love Zombicide. It's actually one of the few games I can get my wife to play. That's awesome. Yeah, I love Zombicide. Zombicide can get samey, you know, after a while. It's like, oh, find the blue X, oh, you know, and then it opens the blue door. And you're like, okay, again, that's the objective. And then get to the exit where it's like, I wish it was a little more creative. And one of the things I always said was, I wish it had a campaign. So I think that's why this game intrigues me, because this game is kind of that on that same, call it the same level, right? But it has the campaign part too. And for me, I'm like, oh, that if I can take a character, level it up, go through loot decks and build this like epic character, that's what I want to do over multiple scenarios. Don't get me wrong, I do love the one-off scenarios, which we will play as well, but like almost Zombicide with a campaign is kind of what this is giving me the feels of, makes me really excited. That's about half the total minis. Oh, it's showing the core box and main expansion. The rest is shipping next year. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna look at this, Kate, because I don't remember this game. When I see it, I might go, oh, okay, I remember. But wow, that's a lot of minis. Yeah, that's crazy. HG, hello. What part of Canada are you in? We're in Ontario. We are in Ontario. My boyfriend and I were just in Victoria. Oh, you're on an Alaskan cruise and stopped there. Oh, that's nice. Awesome. Yeah, Victoria is beautiful. And expensive, yes, as you're saying, but it's beautiful there. I've never been. But yeah, I would like to one day. We are in Ontario. A lot of details on this guy. Surprising. Okay, so I think we got some metal ready to go. Dale, hello, hello. Oh, you're in that position now. Just going to buy card games for a while. You have too many games to paint. And so I think Massive Darkness is a better version of Zombicide. See, that's awesome because that's Zombicide. Like I said, not having a campaign was always one of those things that I'm like, I really want. So I'm thinking that this is going to fill that issue. I haven't played it to compare, but from what I'm hearing, if it's a better version of Zombicide, I'm excited. If I love Zombicide, then this should be right up my alley. I'm going to use the weapon bronze, and I'm going to do all the little shields that we can see. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to do that yet. I'm not going to do that yet because I have an idea. I'm going to use, where did I put? I'm going to use that dark brown, dark wood right here. I'm going to use the dark wood speed paint. I'm going to use that on the hair, and I'm going to use that on the front, and I'm going to try to get it in between. In between all those shields where I can see that there's kind of space under, like there's little gaps. I'm going to just try to get my brush in there and kind of dab and let it kind of just disperse inside there. Then we can do the bronze after that. So we're going to use that one first. Dale, just wishing I had someone to paint my minis. Oh. I think that's a theme that's happening here. I think Larry's wanting someone to paint his minis too. You know what? Just go get your paints out right now and start painting right now with me. We can kind of do it together. We can like motivate each other as a group. Okay, I'm going to use a small brush for this because I just kind of want to dab it in those little gaps and see what happens. I don't know if this is going to work as intended, but and if it does get on these little shield areas, then it's fine because we can clean them up later, but we're just going to try to fill them in. Oh, H says your guy told us the average cost of a house there is 1.1 million. Yep, it's very expensive in Victoria. But it's beautiful, but it's expensive, yeah. Too many minis. All in on this game, all in on Marvel United that just arrived. Oh, not everyone's getting painted. So Dale, I guess you're fine to play with unpainted minis too, right? You'll just give in and realize that we can't paint them all. Dale, I'm sure you're not the only one, but Dale says we procrastinate while watching you and hoping ours will just magically paint themselves. Well, I want to start doing this more regularly. So if that is the case, then we can know that there's just a place, you know, that we can just hang out, grab your paints like ahead of time. Know, okay, like this night, this week, we're painting some minis together. You know, maybe we'll get through some of those all-ins faster. Okay, I definitely got it over some of the little shields, but I'm fine with it for now. Try to clean that up once this all dries. Painting gnomes, yeah. I'm not sure what this is, but we're just doing it all in this color because we have it going. Got to flip it all different areas so that I can get underneath. Okay, I think I'm actually going to go across here with this as well. And we'll do this little fur patch. The same color. Okay. So I'm thinking, just kind of looking and thinking about the boots, and I want to do a different color of brown so it's not all the same. So I don't really have, actually, I don't have another brown per se, but I do have a sand golem. I think I might try this for the boots. Because, oh, I'm now looking, he actually has, if I look closely, he actually has sandals on. So I'm going to go back and do the toes first with that same Crusader skin that we did the face and hands with. And then we'll do the boots. Thanks, Dale. Thank you. Thank you. You're gonna go and take a look at your minis and your paints and see if you can get motivated or take a nap. Okay, well, hopefully, the paints and minis win that battle. That's awesome. Yeah, my money's on nap too for him. But I think Dale's in the same time zone as us, so it's like almost bedtime. So maybe he can make it a few more hours. I love a good nap. Okay, got those toes. We'll just do the boots in the sand golem. James, hello, jumping in for support and put a like for all your effort, Mel. Thank you so much, James. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're doing well. Love these speed paints. The only thing that it's hard after you've been painting for a while is when you look at them in like a palette, a lot of the colors look very similar and I start to forget what color was what. I have seen somebody in our Discord, and I'm forgetting who it was, I'm so sorry, but they actually would take a Sharpie and they would write beside each one because it kind of looked, they had more of like the longer palette that has like the little squares and space beside, and they would write each one. Or other people that have put kind of the paints inside around like a little wheel. But I think I can do my best to remember, but that's my only criticism I have. I can't remember what colors they were. Those might turn out a little bit more yellowy than brown, which is fine. Just wanted to be different. Oh, you're a night owl. I do like the evening more than I like the morning. That is for sure. I don't like getting up in the morning. I'm not a morning person. But unfortunately, I have to. So I can't stay up in the evening, but I do love to stay up at night. I like this color actually. Like yellowy brown color. Looks good. Okay. And I'm just going to do that spot underneath the where that brown I missed. And normally I would let the speed paint dry because it's so close to the other speed paint, but because it's on the underside, I don't care. If it bleeds a little bit, we'll never know. Nobody's looking under there, so. Okay. Oh, and I also wanted to use that same brown on the same wood brown on the hair. So I'll just quickly do that as well while I have it here. Newly painted speed paints will activate dried speed paint, so best to seal the paint in layers. I learned the hard way trying to do overlay of speed paint with other colors. Yes, I try not to use anything over top of the speed paint. Sometimes I have put washes over them and I haven't found those to activate them. And if they did, I don't think I would really notice because I'm not really trying to paint over it or anything. It's just kind of like a quick wash on it. But yeah, they definitely can reactivate. So if I were wanting to do multiple coats, or maybe if I didn't even like it and I wanted to go over top of it again or something, yeah, putting some sort of seal on it definitely will help that from happening. That's too bad if you not necessarily ruined, but had an issue with yours. That sucks. Super chat from Matthew. Thank you. Here's to Dale's nap. That's awesome. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to use that. So I was talking with Rob before the stream that I want to get a magnifying glass for some of the minis, like one that I can clip on so I can see, because I'm not blind, but I do have eye issues, as you know, as we get older, things like that happen. So I will be, thank you, Matthew. I will use that towards my new magnifying glass that I'm going to purchase. So if Dale joins in the next paint stream, or the next time that I see him, I'm going to ask him if the paints won or the nap won. This guy is looking really good. Okay. I'm just going to use the, where did I put it? Right here. I'm going to use the weapon bronze, and I'm going to use that on the shields and try to just clean up anywhere where the brown that I tried to use on the underside, where any of that overlapped on any of the shields. Did you get the big speed paint set? Yes, I have both. So I have the regular, or the, what's it called? The starter set, and then the mega set. Yes, I have both. And I have them, I don't know if this will work. Let's just move this out of the way. I have them kind of set in my little tray here. So I have, this is the, I guess, 4-tier. I think they're mainly used for like nail polishes and stuff in nail salons, but I find them perfect for holding all of the paint. So I have all of my speed paints in here, and then I have all of my washes. So I recently picked up the wash set that had the dark tone, purple tone, blue tone, green, military, and then I have all of my browns or neutrally colors. And then these are all the colors that came in that duplicated the ones I already owned. So another strong tone, flesh wash, all of that. But all of these washes that I have are starting to run out, so those ones will just pop in there. So I kind of have all of them nicely set up in here. They used to be color coded by color, but then as I start putting them back haphazardly, I need to rearrange it. And then, probably can't see it, it might be too big for the stream, but I have a larger one, kind of doing it like this. Oh, actually, this is probably the best way if I do it like this way. I have that bigger stand for all of my main paints, and then I just have like all my metallics up here. And then these are my variety paints of that are not the Army Painter paints. They're like some inks and things like that. That's kind of how I store all of mine. So it's also easy if I need to move it anywhere. I can easily just kind of pick that up and go. If I want to sit at the kitchen table or bring it down here for streaming, I can easily do that. But I put my paint away that I'm using. Sorry. Jot, hello. Any news on when you will be painting my games? So Jot, they're in the queue behind Larry's games and Dale's games and my own games. We can add them to the queue. Oh, I already got it out. I'm going cuckoo. Just pop in and say hi. Okay, so Jot, have a good night. So I'll just quickly pop this over all the shields. And then the only thing I didn't look at, which I have to look at quickly, is the handle of his axe, which I think I'll just use the wood brown for that. We already have it out. And then after that, he'll be pretty much done. We'll just do a wash on him after he's dry. I'm not going to do a wash over the speed paints though. I think they've settled nicely. I think I'll just do the wash over the metals. We'll darken them, make them a little bit dirtier, do a little bit of highlighting on them so that they look good. But I think all of the speed paints, I think they're fine. I think they settled in nicely. I don't think we need to worry about putting a wash over those. So I just touched the arm. So I want to clean that. What I'm going to do is just clean my brush. There's just water on the brush. And then I'm just going to try to brush that off. Clean up any mistake. Then I don't have to worry about going back over that. Okay. So I'm just going to fix up. There's one spot that I noticed where there is a little bit of this metal that should be right here. So I'm just going to fix that up quick. And then I will use the wood brown that we already have out. And I'll just do that on the handle of the axe. James says, I find a magnifying light with, a magnifying light with a light around it, and a swivel is much better tool than, yes. I've seen, like, I think of the one that I want to get, something that like clips on and then it can go overhead and you can kind of move it around in different orientations based on how you need to hold it. I think that's what I want to look at. And then one with a light on it, yes. Yeah, I think that's what, I don't need the light down here because once we have the studio lights, I think that gives me more than enough light, but in my other painting area, I think it would be definitely helpful. I think that's what I'm gonna look at. And then I didn't know it was a thing until I saw it in another video, but I didn't know that you can use, there was like colored metallics in sets. So I want to look at something like that too next time I go to my hobby store and pick out a couple of the metallics instead of having to make my own, which I can do, but I didn't even know it was a thing to be able to buy metallics already colored. Okay. Let's look at this guy so far. I mean, I think I haven't done anything with the teeth, but I mean, I think he's looking pretty much like what he looks like on here. So that's pretty good. So we'll do some wash on the metal. We'll like dirty that down a little bit. Oh, look, I forgot something here. When I spin it around, I can see things I couldn't see before. Let's just fix that. Okay. So we'll let him dry. We'll put a wash on him in a little bit. But other than that, it's looking good. I really like how the Speed Paints has settled in all of those areas, giving it some highlight and definition. I like that. We can do some other highlighting on it, but yeah. So we'll leave him. So I'm just going to put him off to the side right now. I have like a little fan area. Yeah, color metallics. I didn't know it was a thing either. I obviously have like gold and bronze like colored or just plain metal, but I didn't know it was a thing to get like blue metals or green metals colored already, which would be neat because I know when I did Nemesis, I kind of made my own by adding some metallics and non-metallics colors, but I didn't know it was a thing that you could just buy them in like a set. So I saw it in a video. So all right. Okay, we tackle the eyes. Let's tackle the eyes. Where did I put? Oh, I didn't bring it down. That's fine. I think I can do it with this brush. Okay, I need some white. So we're going to just kind of do a I'm not going to do the white then with a pupil. We're going to do just a white little dot in there. We're going to see what happens. I tend to not do eyes because they're challenging, but I want to start trying to improve some of my skills. So I'm working on it. If they're not perfect, I'm going to be fine with it. So we're just going to use a matte white. And this is where something like a magnifying glass would come in handy. But I will put my glasses on so that I can see better. All right. So I'm going to use a brush that is, this is an Army Painter brush. This is super detail. So we're going to see if this is going to work for me. All right. And now I put it in the paint and then I kind of moved it around, got a lot of the paint off the brush because I don't want it to glop off of the brush. I want to almost have I'd rather work up to what I want instead of having like a big blob, right? So now I need to do this kind of like close to my face. James, thank you so much, James. Here is to your magnifying fund. Thank you so much, James. Thank you, thank you. Yes, thank you. I am definitely going to purchase that. Okay, so I have to do this really close to my face. So if this goes out of focus or something, I'm really sorry for 1 second. Actually, I have to do down probably like this. No, this is not the brush for that. Okay, let's try. I need a pointier brush. Actually, you know what? This one is one of my pointiest brushes. We're going to try this one. This is a 2, but it's very pointy on the end. So I think this will, so I have like almost no paint on there. My hand's shaking like crazy. This is not a wood brush either. I think I might have to run. Or we can build it up, but it's going to be just a slow process because I'm so afraid. Yeah, this is not working. This is not working. Okay. I need to go and grab my little cup of brushes. I have one that is perfect for this, I think. I will be right back. Okay, to get my cup of brushes that I left upstairs. So I have here somewhere this one. I think this one will be perfect. This one is very weathered. This is another Army Painter. Insane detail. You almost can't even see that it has a bristle. There's like one, maybe like 2 little hairs on it. We're gonna try that one. See if this will work. Okay. Try to brace your wrist. I sometimes do it like this, or yeah, or on the table as well. It's like the tiniest little spot ever. One eye is lower than the other, but we're gonna just say it's fine. It'll look worse as well when I hold up to the camera, but All good. Okay, I'm just going to fix a tiny little bit of the black, and then I will hold it up. So to fix the little spot, I'm going to use the matte black. This one's almost empty, so. Yes, I definitely brace my wrists on something, usually when I'm doing something that fine. It's also on the table, but I think you guys can still see it's just very small, sorry. Okay, they're not perfect, but I'm definitely happy. So from far away, looks cool. I'm gonna hold it up. It's gonna look terrible, but it's okay. Because you can see that got a little bit on, well, I gotta fix that little glop, I think. You can barely see it when you look at it with your eyes, but when you hold it up like that, you can see. Okay, that's better. We're not gonna go super close. We're gonna go like this. Happy with that. I think she's good. I think she is done and she is ready to join the game whenever we decide to start. While I have that black, I'm just going to quickly fix up those few small spots where it peeled off the paint. Again, it doesn't need to be perfect, but if I can see big white spots, it just drives me crazy. So I think she's ready to go. Okay. I will, before we're going to start another character in a minute, but I'm just going to quickly put a wash on this guy on just the metal parts so that can be drying, and then we'll be able to just do a little bit of highlight. For any kind of metal, I either like to use the Gravelord Gray Speed Paint or Dark Tone Wash. I think for this one, we'll use the Dark Tone Wash from Army Painter. It's almost empty. But I will use this one. And we will just put wash on just all of the armor areas, which will just darken them up and make them not so shiny. I will also emphasize the little buttons, which we can go back over with even like a little bit of a dry brush of the silver. We could go over with that, which will bring those back up and kind of make the buttons pop. Okay. For him as well, I won't need to go over the hair and any of the brown that we used the speed paints on. We can just leave those as is. And we can just maybe put some detail on them later. Oh, James, use the tip of various sewing needles for eyes, more control. I have sewing needles upstairs. That is an amazing idea. That's amazing. Because with the bristle or the brush, if one little hair is not like nicely in the tip, it could give you like 2 dots, or it can just throw things off. Or depending on how long the brush is, right? It might, if it hits like this and bends, now you have more of a long line versus the little dot. So tapestry needles work great. Okay, I definitely have like I have like a little sewing kit upstairs. I will try that. Yeah, I'm gonna try that. We're gonna also try that on stream. James, you came in to say you were just showing your support and hitting the like button, but you're dropping the knowledge and I like it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I love, love, love tips and tricks and how to be more efficient, or how to do something I don't know how to do. Love it, love it, love it. Thank you. But now that I think about that, that's like perfect. Maybe my characters will start having eyes, because currently they don't. Currently all my characters are blind. James, how long have you been painting? Have you been painting for a long time? Okay, I think we got it all. Okay, I'll just kind of go around and clean up anywhere I think might have pooled a little more than I want, or in areas where there was no metal to begin with. Yeah. Infamous, hello, hello. How late are you? You are not too late. We did finish or paint one character. This is who we've painted so far. He does need a wash on his metal, but all of it, he's been based so far. So that's what we've done so far today. But you're not late. You're right on time. Okay. So then we will also put him back on the little drying area. He can dry, and then we can just do some detail and he'll be done. He fell over. Here we go. You're doing it. It's almost over. No, it's not almost over. We still got, I don't know if we'll finish, but we want to try to get to these guys as well. You know what? I do want to do a little bit of wash on this one as well with the dark tone. I want to water it down. So now that we have it out, might as well do that right now. And then I do also want to use a little bit of the white in just on the very, very tip of each of these where I have the yellow. I want to do just a little fine bit of white. So while we have both of them out, let's do that now. So that'll just give on the highest point, it'll give a little bit more A little bit more, almost like a sparkle, or a little more highlight to that. Exactly, brushes flex when you don't want them to. That's exactly right. Just a dab of paint on the tapestry needle or a smaller needle, depending on the eye size, and you get the perfect pupil. James, I'm so excited to try that. When I go to the bathroom, I'm going to get my little kit. Okay, so I'm going to add what I have is I bought these little bottles, and I always fill one with water so that I don't need to necessarily use my cleaning water, because as it gets dirty and grungy, it can transfer some of that into your color. I really want to water this down, so I think I added 4 or 5 drops of just plain water, because I really want it to be super, super light. Because I don't want to make the wings black. Like, again, I can take a little bit of the same colors that we use to highlight them after this is done, but I just want this to fill in just the gaps of the wings without making the wings black. If it darkens them a little bit, as you can see here, so it is going to darken it just a tiny, tiny, tiny bit, but it's just going to fill in those gaps, and it's going to make it so that we can actually see that detail in the wing, which is all I want. And again, I'm not going to put any kind of wash on the face of this character because I really want the face to stand out. But we will do some eyes. I think this one, the eyes are a little bit easier because they're kind of like bigger. Yeah, they are bigger. It'll be a little bit easier. And I'll just go over all of back here, pull out all that detail so that we can see it a little bit better. And then we'll do the front side. Okay. And then just down the front. Okay, and then what I'm going to do, because I don't want the pooling to be really emphasized in this, I'm going to just kind of soak up some of that, just so it fills in the gaps, but it doesn't pool along anywhere. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use that white that we also have out, and I'm just going to do a tiny bit just to highlight. Now I'll hold it up like this. We can see if we can see a difference between the sides. So this one is where I've added a little bit of white. Again, it is still wet. A little bit of white to the tips of the, to both of these, whereas this side it doesn't have. And I feel like it just adds just a little bit more to it, almost like a little bit of more of a sparkle or something to it, which is why I like that. I'm trying to just blend it in so it's not like a straight line down. See you later, Kate. Have a good night. Kind of rubbing it in a little bit. Okay, and I'm just going to do that same thing, but just on the tips of the wing of the, just the tips here. Okay. What other eyes do we have for this one? Oh, it looks like they just have dark eyes. Okay. Okay. Hmm. See. Okay, so for this, we're just going to use a 000. And I already have the black out. Nope, that brush is not going to work. Some of my brushes are starting to split. I think this is one of them. So when paint gets into this part of the brush, it can start to split the brush so it doesn't hold the point at the end, and that one is doing that. That one has to go in the trash can. Try this one. This one's just a 00. These ones have been worn. These was the first set that I ever got. So okay. Whoa, this one went wild, this eye. But maybe I can just make the other one bigger and it's fine. Yeah, I will get the yellow and I'll fix that up. One of the eyes I had more paint on. So this eye looks good. This eye is huge. I think I had a lot more paint on the brush. So that was the moon dust. I'm going to let it dry so so I won't get that out yet, but I just want to remind myself that I need to fix that up. So once that's fixed up, I think I could do a little bit, I don't even know if I need to. I was thinking I could do a wash on all of the green, but I don't necessarily think I even need to. Maybe on some of it. I may not wash these sections, but we'll see. So I'm gonna leave her actually here because we're not done with her yet. Okay. All right, let's get started on this guy. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Okay. Well, I'm going to use the Crusader skin from the speed paints, and we'll do the face and we'll do the hands to start. We'll start there. And I'm going to try, actually, do I even try? Yeah, I'll try to leave the eyebrows as best I can. I'll try to leave the eyebrows and where the beard is. I'll try to leave that so that oh, you kind of like the huge eye? But it's only one. I have to make the other one bigger then, no? Like this one is like normal size. And then this one is like, this is like what she looked like before she left the house. And then this is after a night of partying, you know? Makeup everywhere. Okay, I have the Crusader skin already out in my palette here, so I'm going to use that. And I'm going to try to avoid the eyebrows and the beard area. If I get it on the area, it's fine because we're just going to use the matte white to fix it, but I'll just try to avoid it if I can. Okay, so I'll only have to fix that up a little bit, but I've tried to avoid getting the speed paint on the eyebrows and on the beard so that it'll be a little less I have to worry about later because those are going to be white, so I can just touch them up if I need to, but I don't actually have to worry about painting them. So, okay. We're gonna do the hands, and then I'm looking, and this guy actually we'll do the same, I mean only the slight little bit that's showing peeking through the mask. So I'll just do that as well. While I have this color already going, might as well just kind of kill two birds with one stone. So I'm kind of working on a little bit of both if they have similar colors just to get things rolling. Let's see if we are able to finish them today. Yeah, his hands have gloves on, so it's just what's peeking through this guy's mask here. That's all that we need to do for him. So we'll just let that sit like that. Okay. We are going to go to his orange. I'm just looking. So it looks like, yeah, this is different. Okay, and then this part. So it looks like I need orange. So I have a lava orange, but I think this is too bright. I'm gonna just put this on the palette and just see what I see, like what it looks like. I might need to add to tame this down, but then the other option is we put this on as the base, and then we kind of lighten it up by highlighting the shoulder areas by adding a little bit more white each time to lighten it up. Let's see what this looks like on here. That's actually not bad. I don't know if that's too bright though. I feel like I want to add a little bit white. I feel like this is going to be blinding. Wait, it's almost empty as well. Here is another tip. Many Dremel bits can be used as spot brushes. The round ball metal burr with practice can be useful for the iris of the eyes. Other bits can be used for the texture, leather, and armor. Oh, James, I appreciate the tips. Thank you. Okay. I think this is better. What I'm going to do, I think the easiest thing to do will be to paint the whole shirt, and then I'll do some outline in other colors after, because I think it'll be easier than trying to do only certain areas. It'll just be easier to highlight them later. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I also may need another coat of this, so we can just kind of put it on quickly and see what happens. And then even I think some of this where it looks like there is necklaces or charms of any kind, I think I'll highlight those after. It'll be easier than trying to go all around them now. The inside, it looks like, is the teal color, so I'll try to avoid that. If I get a little bit on there, that's fine. But we'll avoid the inside of the sleeves, or at least for this one, which is mainly where we can see that. Okay, I think I'm happy with this orange color. I hope it dries a little bit lighter. I like the character. He looks like a jolly old shaman wizard. Yeah, I think this is going to be a cool character. I was intimidated to paint him though. There's lots of detail in all the different colors. But I guess I don't have to be super detailed around the edges because the edges we're going to highlight with this teal and maybe a cream color. Okay. I'll try to avoid the belt, but and again, we may need to go over this again if it's too light in some areas, but we'll see once it dries what it actually looks like. Oh, you thought the centaur looked pretty intimidating? I was excited to paint him. You know why? Because I look at miniatures like this, and when they have lots of fur and detailed areas that I can use as speed paints, I get excited to try them out. So yeah, I was excited to paint him. He's pretty much almost done as well. Maybe just a little bit of extra detail we can add. But and then we got this guy over here too. I think he's dry now as well. Tiny, hello. Anything looking good? Thank you, thank you. The night guy looks sick. Looking forward to what you do with him. Yeah, I think for him, we're just going to do some metal, but I think what we'll do is we'll do the metal, but then after we wash it, we'll kind of go over some of the areas because I don't want it to look like dirty metal. Like it looks very clean and almost like cartoony. So I think we have to go over some of the areas again to make sure that they're nice and clean, but we want to put the wash in there to fill in the recesses. Yeah, this is the one I was most intimidated to paint. This guy. Yeah, if I was painting this one off stream, I would probably spend hours trying to make sure like every line was perfect in the detail. So I don't think I can do that. So I'm just gonna do my best. Okay. And then it just looks like between these little gems or whatever's around the waist, a little bit of orange showing. Okay. Okay. So it looks like he also is wearing some sandals. Speed paints with the knight. I think I would, I don't, I, did I say speed paints? I thought I meant metal, maybe with the Gravelord Gray speed paint over top. I like the look of that. Would be what I would choose to do. I like them because they're thin, right? So when you put them over some colors like metals, the metal will still pop through and you just get that like darkening effect. I can show you when we do that what that will look like. But you could use other speed paints over the metals to get different colored metal looks if that's what you're going for. I'm just going to let him dry a little bit. I want to see what this looks like as one coat, and then if we need to add another coat, we will do that. But I'm just going to let him dry for a few minutes and see before we start. I also don't want any, there's a lot of detail in there. I don't want any of the things to bleed together. So I want to just let that dry before we continue on that. What I'll do is I'll show you on this one. We'll do that with this one. So I will take the Gravelord Gray. I can find it. We'll take the Gravelord Gray speed paint and we will put it over top of the metal. And I'll show you what it does, what it looks like, yeah. I'm just gonna take this. Squeeze it right out of the bottle. No, don't apologize, don't apologize. This is just right out of the bottle and I'll just go over the metal. Just as if I was using the speed paints normally. And it just darkens them. It's going to fill in all the recesses. It's not going to dry as dark. In some areas it will where there's pooling, which I can clean that up, but it'll just dry dark enough, almost like a wash. And then after it dries, it's up to you if you wanted to go back over any areas that you painted the silver just to emphasize or highlight them, but it's not needed. And then what I'll be able to show you too is he was done with the dark tone Army Painter wash. He'll be done with the Gravelord Gray speed paint, and you can see the difference or if there's any color difference or, you know, based on what you have on hand too. Just to show you that you don't always have to just use the washes. And then I just touched the arm. So I'm just taking my brush damp, not soaking wet because it's the speed paints. I'm afraid to reactivate it. And I just kind of just dabbed it very, very lightly. And it just kind of cleaned that up without reactivating underneath the color that was there before. Because the speed paints can reactivate when they are wet, meaning that they will bleed together or can totally wipe off the mini altogether. So, okay, so that's that. I'll just quickly go through and take anywhere where it pooled that I don't really want it to, or kind of just fix any areas. A little bit extra around the armor is fine. Oh wow, that looks really cool. You really make me want to start painting my minis. Really enjoy. You should just start, yeah. Almost therapeutic. You should just start. You should. I think I remember you saying that before. You should just try. So he's done. We'll just do a black base on him. Maybe we can do some highlighting. We'll see, but he's done technically. So we have 3 that are done. I'm just going to fix up that eye really quick and then she'll be done. And then we just have these last 2 that we're working on. So I'm going to just use that moon dust, same color that I used for the face. I'm just going to fix that up. I'm just going to put that on here because I don't need to bring the wet palette over just for one little dab. And then I'm just going to try to fix that up as best I can. Might not look perfect. How are you cleaning the pooling water? So if you just take your brush and I just kind of rub it on a paper towel, just soak up any extra water or anything that's on it. So it's pretty much like a dry brush. And then if you find a little area that maybe has a little bit of extra pooling, let's say it's actually, where's my finger? Bring it closer so you can see. So we can see maybe like in the elbow area where there's like a little bit of extra. If I just touch the brush in there, it's going to pick up some of that extra excess that's in there. And you can just kind of dab your brush there, and that's going to pick up that extra that is pooling in there. You can use it this way as well. So you can use it the whole brush or just the tip, depending on how much you want to pick up. So I could put the whole side in the crevice, and that's going to pick up any extra. So that's kind of how I soak up any extra. Or you can just kind of move it around. Let's say on a flat surface. It had it before, but I kind of got rid of it. So let's say I had a little bit of pooling on a flat surface here and I don't like it because it just doesn't, that's not how it would normally sit. You can just kind of use the brush, soak it up, move it around until you have that more clean finish that you're looking for. So you just want to make sure that your brush is dry. So I wouldn't dunk it in your water and then try to grab your excess. You just want to make sure you have a dry brush and then just touch where you have the excess pooling, and that'll pull that off for you. Okay. We're just fixing this eye up quickly so that we don't have 2 different size eyes as best I can. I think I'm making it worse, but Okay. Not perfect, but I think this is going to be good. Up close, it looks worse than it is, but at least when I hold it from far away, I'm good. Yeah, if I hold it like this, I'm much happier with that. And I was just going to actually add a little bit of, I'm going to add a little bit of the green tone. I just want to see what this is going to look like. I don't know if this is going to be too dark. I could water it down a little bit. I'm going to add a little bit of water because I don't want it to be too dark. And I'm only going to put on a tiny little area to see what it looks like first. Oh, this might be okay. And I'm just going to go back here. Oh, I got too much water. Oh yeah, that's fine. I'm just going to go over those green areas. Catch any detail. Helps blend together as well. Any of our rough edges. Perfect. So she will be done once that dries. He's still drying, our wizard guy. So we'll do some of the metal, maybe the shield from our knight, paladin. Okay. So it's kind of like what our reference is looking like. Looks like he's got a red shirt underneath. So what I think I want to do is similar to what I did with this guy and his shields. I want to use some sort of speed paint underneath so that it can, I can just kind of dab it and it can fill in all of those areas so I don't have to be so precise when I'm painting. And then I want to do that first. So if I make a mistake, I can go over them with the silver and it's going to totally cover any mistakes that I've made. So now it's not really red, like pure red, and it's not really brown. I'm gonna pull this closer for 1 second. I think, I'm just looking to see what I got here. It's not purple. I have purple, but that'll be more of like a pinky color, I think. Let's go with, I'm gonna go with Slaughter Red, but I'm gonna mix in a drop of the hardened leather. We're gonna try to make it a little bit more of a reddish brown, I think. Okay. You think it has the creepy baby head? I think this looks so cool. Yeah, like a maroon. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I really like this character a lot. I like this miniature. Yeah, almost like we're gonna try to make a maroonish color. Yeah. Okay, so I put 2 drops of red, And I'm not even going to drop in a brown. I'm going to put the brown here and I'm going to pick it up with my brush because I feel like it'll be too overpowering. And then what I'll do is I'll just keep adding until I get the color that I'm looking for. And I usually kind of, with the wet palette or with the dry palette, I just kind of go up the sides a little bit with the speed paint so I can see what the color might look like. And right now it's still pretty red. Okay, we're gonna try this. I think maybe a little bit more. Okay. I'm going to use a small brush for this because I want to just dab it and have it kind of flow into those lines. So I'm just going to use this one, which is 00. And if this is a little bit more red than I would like, it's fine. Worst case, we could, we're going to be going over the, oh, sorry, can't even see. We're going to be going over the metal with a wash, so that will darken it down a little bit as well as that wash fills in these gaps. We'll have to fix this because this is not going to be perfect. Trying to get it in these edges. Okay, so it looks like the whole bodice is different metals, but I'm going to do the cape. Oh, the cape is like a light brown. Okay, maybe this is, oh, a little bit by the head, by the helmet. Under here is a little bit more of the shirt. And it's okay if you're messy here because we're going to go back over this with the metal and the metal will cover that up, no problem. I think that is all that is, we'll do, I'll just do a little bit under here. Pop some color in there on this side. Look as if his shirt is showing through on that side as well. And let's do just like a little bit of edge here. Okay. Might be a little bit more red than I want, but I think it's okay once I put the wash over top of it. So it looks like, I think I'm going to use the speed paints as well for all of this area. And I think I will go with, I think I'll go with I'm thinking the pallid bone, which would be like this color, which is very similar. I'm going to go with that. I don't remember on my palette which one that was, so I'm just going to grab a little bit more. Just move these out of the way a little bit. Okay. This is a big area, so again, we can pull out the 2 brush. I don't know if I got enough paint, but that's okay. And then just starting from the top and pulling it down. Putting lots of paint on the brush. Oh, not on the shoes, but that's okay. I might have just enough here. Okay, and then I'm gonna clean up just some of these areas where it has a little more than I want. A little bit is fine, but sometimes there's big pools like this. I don't want that. Oh, you're back. Nice, Kate. Welcome back. Okay. Oh, I think I can do a little bit here. I don't know if I have enough. I might need to grab a little bit more. I think we made it. All right. think that's good. I think we can start doing some metal, and then I think I'm going to do some leather for the boots and for the gloves. And then I'll use the wood for the inside of the shield, and maybe I'll do like on the inside of the shield it looks like it's wood, but then on the outside I think it might be more metal. The inside looks like wood, but then on this side it's a little bit different. So think on that for a second. So I'm going to start doing some of the metal plating, because then we'll be able to give that a wash. For this one, I'm going to use the shining silver. This one's a little bit shinier. For him, we're going with more of a shiny look. So we'll use the shining silver. Okay, I am going to move this one out of the way because we're getting full. And we'll go to the next one. Right, so shining silver. Pull him back off of here. He's almost dry. Almost dry. I'm thinking I might need a second coat, but I'm still unsure. I need to touch up a few spots where now that I can see, once it dries, you can see kind of where some of the white is there where I've missed. Thinking I might do a second coat, yeah, for him. We'll do that once we get this metal going. And I'll just start with the helmet and work my way down. And this is all just down the front and the back. And if I go over any of the buckles with this, it's okay. I'll just outline those later. Gold, silver, and copper undercoat for speed paint gives an amazing magic armor look depending on the color of the speed paint applied to the top coat. It's all about experimenting though. I 100% agree. 100% agree. I love some of the different colors over. I've never used it over copper. I don't think I have. I think the most I have is the bronze, the weapon bronze, and I have silver. But I definitely love the different effects you can get from adding the speed paint, the different color speed paints over top. Very, very neat. Yeah. Painting is all about just experimenting, right? That's what I think. Try something, see if it works, see if you like it. If you don't, if it's early enough in the process, you might be able to fix it, wipe it off, or let it dry and paint over it. Or it's a learning experience. So sometimes it's not gonna be perfect, but if it taught you something, I say go for it. Even like mixing colors, I love to mix different colors and see what will happen. Or sometimes I'll mix them on the palette and I'll be like, I don't really like that color. Okay, let's try something different. I'm gonna go a little bit carefully over here so I don't cover up the red that's peeking through the armor. Also just love experimenting with the different speed paints and the different colors. The colors sometimes don't look like what you would think. So if you look at the speed paint in the bottle, sometimes it looks like a different color than what it actually looks like once you place it on the mini, which I love. Okay, I'm going to do the legs in the same armor. And then we'll do the blade as well. We'll do it in this shining silver while we have it. Okay, I'm going to do some detail with the silver around the shield as well, but I'm going to do, I think, the speed paint first on the inside, and then we'll go from there. Okay, I'm going to let that dry up a little bit while we do the second coat on our wizard. Okay. Add a little bit more orange because I don't think we have enough. So that for that we were doing the lava orange. There we go. Lava orange. Add a little more white. And it doesn't matter if this is exactly the same mix as we used before. That doesn't really matter. If it's a little bit lighter, that's fine. All right. So we're just going to quickly go over that again. Make sure we're not seeing any of that white through. Actually, I like this mix a little bit better than the first one. Not so bright. I'm much happier with the mix of this color than the first one, so that's perfect. And just making sure it's all covered. Okay. So I think this color actually more matches, once it's dry, it's wet, so it's a little bit brighter, but I think that's going to more match the color that we have going on. Okay. I think while that's drying, we can go to the gold of the, no, maybe let's work on the center of the chest plate here. So I definitely do not have a color like this. So I'm thinking I might be able to make one of these if I use a green and add some white to it. Kind of looking at the color that best fits. If I were to lighten it. Maybe this one. This is Wizard Orbs. I'm wondering if I can lighten this one enough. This one might be good for the outside, which it looks like this color is just a little bit darker than this one. So I think maybe we lighten it a little bit for the outside edges, and then a little bit more for the even lighter spots in the center and at the bottom of the horns. So I think I might try this one. We'll see what this is going to look like. I think this might work. This one is a little bit more wet of a paint, is not as thick. So we'll see if it still gives me the color that I'm looking for. But I'm gonna add some white here because I think I want to do two different colors. So I'm gonna see what happens. Just wanting to see what this color looks like by itself. It actually is nice, but I am going to pull in some white. I think that might be okay. I'm going to put that on and see what that looks like. And then I think I'll just ignore, it looks almost like he's wearing, in the center of the chest plate, almost looks like it's wearing glasses. So I'm going to ignore that because it looks like that's more of a brown with red outline. So we'll just kind of go around that. Yeah, I think that might be hard to tell, but I think that is a similar color to what I was going for. I may need to add 2 coats because this is very, very thin, but we'll see. We'll do one and we'll see when it dries. The horns are going to be interesting because on here, there's nice lines. There's no lines. Oh, too far. Sorry. There is no lines on the actual horns. So I have to just kind of freehand where I think they might go. So it's not going to look as pretty as that, but I'm going to do my best. I wish there was, because it's easier to follow when there's a line to follow. Yeah, I do like this color, so I'm happy with that mix. Okay. Looks like there's some brown on the outside. That's fine. I'll fix that up after. Okay. All right. I'm going to try while I have this color. I'm going to do James. Thank you. Thank you. Heading home. Good night. James, have a good night. Thank you so much for your tips. Thank you. Thank you. I want to do this one line now because I want to let it dry before doing the second line so that the colors don't bleed together. And I'm going to grab a little bit of matte white and I'm going to just fix that little mistake that I made just so on the horn there so that it doesn't show through in the next color. Okay. There we have one line done. Probably use painter tapes, yes, probably. I'm gonna just try to freehand. I don't think it has to be perfect. But yeah, that probably would work even better. Probably would work even better. Okay. We are going to let, actually we could probably do, trying to see what color. I think I'm gonna do that a red. It almost looks like it's like a dragon face. So I'm gonna do what looks like the tongue coming out. I'm gonna do that red because to me, this is looking like a dragon face. Just going to quickly also dab on that. So covers that little mistake there that we made. All right, I'm gonna let him dry for a few more minutes. We can probably bring our knight back. He's just gonna dry for a minute. Yeah, we can bring him back. We can start working on the shield and the boots and gloves. Then we'll be able to do the next colors on him and we'll kind of keep building from there. So the inside of the shield, I'm going to use the dark wood. But I'm going to bring out hardened leather because I'm going to use that as well for the gloves. So I'm going to use the dark wood for the inside of the shield, and then we're going to use the hardened leather for the gloves and the boots. I'm going to keep these here because I might still need those. This dark wood I'm actually going to use, I think, for the, oh, maybe I do that gold. Yeah, maybe I'll do the handle of the sword gold. Don't need a ton of this one, so I'm just going to use that on the inside. And I'm just going to fill in all this wood area. Yep. Oh, I didn't even realize it's got a knife inside there. You can see inside. Hard to see right now, but he's got his hand gripping the shield and then he's got a knife attached in there. So we'll try to emphasize that. So that's that. I'm going to use the hardened leather now for the gloves and boots. Still trying to figure out what color to do the outside of the shield. I'm thinking maybe I can still do the wood and then I use the silver for all of the buttons or the raised edges there. Okay. And then we'll do the same for the gloves. Okay. And we'll do the other side, which we only have some fingers popping out holding the shield. I'm thinking actually that I will use the dark wood that we used first on the inside of the shield. I'm going to use that for some of the belts that he has. I think that will be, I think that'll work. I'm just going to get a smaller brush for that so that it's easier to control in those smaller spaces. I'm not taking a ton because I'm trying to be a little bit more controlled with where I'm putting it and not having it overlap areas that I've already done. I think the best feeling I get from painting is the gratification of the process. Yes, I think it's the best feeling I get from painting is when we're playing with them for the first time. Like when you sit down to the table, and like, so I'm painting them, I see what they look like, but like Rob will pick up his character and be like, oh, look at that. Or like Kyle will pick up his character, or if we're playing outside of the house, they'll pick up the character and be like, oh, that's cool. Like that feeling is so good. Like I did that. Or when someone says, can you hold up that mini? Let's see it. That's for me, it's like, oh, okay. Okay. Because for me, I always think, oh, it could look better, could look better. Like, you know, we're going to be like our hardest critic. So when someone else tells you it looks good, I tend to try to believe them. Okay, and it looks like there's a little bit more of a belt back here. Okay. So I have made the decision in my head that I will do the outside of the shield in that same dark wood, but then we're going to use some silver on the inside ring and on all of the raised bumps. I'm going to use the silver to change the look of it and make it, because this part looks like it actually might be wood. There's some imperfections in it that I can see. Okay. I need to center in this as well. We'll do silver on the inside and then silver around the ring on that, as well as some of the accents. Okay, and then we're gonna do some gold on some of his bags maybe, and the sword handle, like because he looks like he's a little more of a fancier, or maybe we'll do some brown for the bags, a different color brown. But okay, we're gonna let him dry that part. We're gonna go back to our wizard so we can do our next line now that this first area is dry. So our next line is just the color right out of the bottle. And I think as long as we can see that there's a difference, if the colors are not exactly perfect, I'm okay with that. As long as we can see that there's a difference in the color. So we can see these lines. Okay. And now this is the same color that we're going to outline and do the inside of the sleeves. So I'm going to do that now as well. So then this can dry before, because we may have to do a second coat on, especially over top of the orange areas. It'll probably be okay in the sleeves, but Okay, I'm just going to put it on the table for a second so that I can try to do as straight of a line as I can. I'm concentrating very hard while I do this. Okay, I think that's a good start. We're kind of starting to look like this picture. Okay, sleeve one is done-ish. We may have to go over that again. I think we will. I think that looks good. We'll use our cream, which will clean up any of the lines on the inside. So if it's not perfectly straight, it's fine because we're going to do one more line with the cream color. And we'll try to make that one as straight as possible. Okay, I'm just going to work on the other side, same thing. Okay. Oh, and then I touch the orange. Am I going to get the line in front? Yeah, I am going to do it right now. I'm going to add the cream line as well, but I want to let this one dry first. And then I can go back and add the cream one just so that they don't blend together and then I have a mess. And just under the sleeve, just noticing a few spots with the orange that I had missed. Just right under the sleeve. Okay. So we have, oh, I need to fix just a few small spots that I can see there. We have the first line. After it dries, we'll be able to see where we need to maybe add a little bit more if it's showing the orange through too much in sections. We can go over it again. Okay. Looks like we also have in this little spot here, we also have that same color. Okay. So the next color is going to be a little bit of a darker orange than the actual, I thought it was red at first, but I think it's more of an orange, a little bit darker than the actual outfit. So I have a little bit here where we have not mixed. I'll use that for the next line in a minute once. I'll just give that another minute to let that dry. I think while that's just drying, maybe I'll add some of the gold accents, some of the bracelets and some of the other little jewels and gems that he has around the waist and everything. Thank you, Kate. Thank you. Yeah, I was intimidated to paint this one, but now that I've started, it's not as bad as I thought. We'll use 3D gold for all of his bangles on his arm and some of the jewels that are hanging off of the belt and the necklace. Yeah, I like the orange color too. I like the second coat that we put on of the orange. The first one was a little bit brighter. This one was a little bit more of the color that I really wanted the first time. So I'm happy with the way this is looking now. Okay. We'll just do all of the jewelry. Okay, we've got one side of bracelets. You could do some of these gems in different colors as well. So that they pop, maybe some silver, or even, looks like a couple of them may even be the color that we did the outline with, so. Try to go over some of the lines that are connecting them with a darker color so that it looks like they're all connected with like twine or something. Okay. The other ones I'm going to do in the same color we did the outline on the outfit. Looks like this one's a skull. And then just a couple over the shoulder. I'm going to use a brown. We're going to use a brown for the inside of the eyes, around the face, and then I'm going to use that same brown to kind of connect all of those gems that just look like they're kind of floating on his body, but they're all connected by like a rope of some kind. So, oh, and I missed one. So I will just use a brown to connect all of that. This is dark, so I think no, I think I'm going to use oak brown. I think at this point as well, we can probably do the next set of lines, the orange ones. I think those are dry by now. So let's do that first, because those will need to dry before we do the next set. So I'm going to take where I have just a darker orange that hasn't been mixed with anything because this looks like it's a little bit darker than the actual outfit. So how many more do we need to do? We need to do another set of the green and then a cream and then a dark. Okay. Just trying to make sure that I have enough room for all the colors. Starting to wrap around now. Okay. And then there's just a little bit with the other green. I think it's fine if I try to, just on the inside, I'm just going to try to get that in there. Okay. Got another set done. So our next one will be again that same green that we used last. Okay, so we have our dark brown. We're going to do just now the inside of the eyes. Okay. And then down the side of the face as well. I don't know if I can do those same designs in this little tiny area. Trying not to get it on anything else. Should have probably done this little spot first. If I made a mistake, I could cover it. Just trying to clean up a little bit along the edges where I messed up a little bit, but I can, as soon as this is dry, I can go over it with just a little bit with that light blue. Okay, and then I'm just going to use this for the belt and then for all of the connecting of the string. I just have a little bit on the brush and I'm just almost like dry brushing the strings just so that just a little bit of paint is there, just enough to see that they're not just hanging out of nowhere. Oh. Again. I'm just wetting my brush to fix any small mistakes where I get it on the outfit instead of where I want it. And then again, they're just faint enough that you can see that it's being held by something. And then there's just a couple that I missed up here now that I'm seeing. So I'll just do a little more gold ones up here. Oh, I got more on this side I missed. It's easier to see them now. Actually, I want to do this one in gold because it's right by the horn that has all these different colors. Oh, look what I did there, eh? Okay. Starting to look good. Now, I just wanted to fix up, after doing the top of the head there's a little bit of a gap where I wasn't sure, so I'm just going to fill that with the same color as the first layer of the horns. Okay, and then I just need to do the center of the head in that brown. Well, maybe to go all the way up there. I'm gonna put it down for 1 sec. It's gonna go under his beard. And I'm just gonna clean that up a little bit. Okay. Next line, we're going back to the green that's around the sleeves. I think that line is dry, so we need 3 more. This one and 2 more. So I just want to make sure I leave enough room. I'm just going over the, I don't need to go all the way around, but the front of that first line as well, just to darken it a little bit more, because now that it's dry, it's just not as dark, and I really want there to be a difference from the first line to the second line. I have the silver out, so I'm just going to do the blade. And then just fix the underside where I'm just going to take some white, and there's just a couple dots where it looks like I touched with another color. So while that line is drying, I'm just going to do that. Okay, I'm going to get the cream color out. That is what we're going to do the next line in between the green and the orange on the sleeves. And then once this green line is dry, we'll be able to use that same color for the next line. So I think I'm going to use this Corpse Pale, which is kind of like an off-white. And I really like this one. I think this will be perfect. I don't want to forget, while I have this gold out before it dries up or anything, I just want to do the gold handle of his weapon. Okay, so we're going to use that Corpse Pale, and I'm going to try to do a line as best I can between the green and the orange. Trying to figure out how to start this line so that just some gems. So I'm just trying to go around them. I don't think I'd be able to get this straight if I tried, so I'm just going to do my best. Just trying to do my best to make sure that it's kind of even and I don't have it go skinny, then fat, then skinny. And that's all it. If I can do that, then that's good. Doesn't have to be perfect. Okay, and then I'll try to do the same thing on the other side. And from a distance, I think that looks awesome. Okay. I'm happy with that. While I have the same color, I'm going to do the next row on the horns. And then we only have one more after that. Okay. That's kind of what the final look is now for the outfit. We just have to do a few more details. The staff. I'm going to use the same cream color. My hand is starting to get sore. I'm going to use the same cream color for underneath. Now there is these funny triangles. So what I'm thinking about doing is I'm going to do the base coat of it. I think in the next one I'll try to do some sort of triangle design on it. I don't think I can do that today. I don't think I don't, after streaming for so long in that, I don't think I want to try that today, or I know it'll make a mess. But if I do that in the next stream, I think it'll turn out better. Or I just leave it as is. I mean, but I can try. I have these, here's a black one. I have these ink pens that I got. And I think I might be able to do it using these. They have kind of a tip, and I think I can just draw a triangle on it. So we can try that on the next one. Where am I going here? Okay, and then just fixing up some small. Okay. I'm going to do I'm going to use this leather brown for the staff and for some of the detail on the blade of the weapon. This is, sorry, I don't know if I showed it. This is just a leather brown. Looks like there's some detail on this as well. Okay. And it looks like there's like a strap of darker brown. Okay. Just gonna let that dry for a quick second, and then I'm gonna do the top of the horns, which looks like it's almost like a dark gray, black almost. I'm going to use this Necromancer's Cloak, which is almost like a dark, 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 dark gray. I'm just going to do this one upside down so that I can just find where the line starts and then just pull it right to the end. Okay. I'm just going to use the same color actually on the handle of the knife. Okay. And I'm just going to do a few tiny more details, and then I will have to wrap up this guy on the next one just because it's getting a little bit late. But I just want to do a few tiny details while I see them. One of them being that he is wearing sandals. So I'm just going to quickly just do a tiny dab of the Crusader skin, is the theme that we used for the hands and face. I'm just going to quickly just dab the toes. Like that. Okay, and then the staff, we're going back to this green that we used on the sleeve. It looks like the whole area where the hand is this color. And then just a little bit higher as well. Just do a ring around the top. Okay. And then it goes back to the dark brown, which you can't really tell the dark brown. I'm going to do a little bit more of that. We're going to do the dark brown again, just a ring on the top. Okay. And then it looks like a ring of the light color again. I'm not waiting for all these to dry, but any bleed through or anything, I can touch it up. And the next one, yeah, that not working out. Okay. And then it looks like it's just orange on the top. There might be more, but that's all I can see. So we're just going to do the top of the staff in the orange. Okay. And then just under as well. Okay. And then super quick last thing, I just want to do something with this right here. So it looks almost like it is a dragon face. So I'm thinking of doing some sort of something even like not red per se, like the inside of a mouth, but something like this I'm thinking for the tongue. Yes, Kate, I was worried about this one, but I definitely am much happier now that it's almost done. And I think it looks awesome. Okay, so this is Warlock Purple. Brush is so wet. He's dripping water into my paints. Definitely making a few small mistakes here, but I'll fix those up in a minute. Okay, and then I'm just going to take that cream and just kind of fix a couple spots where I touched the sides. Okay. And then I'm going to take a brown that I already have. I'm just going to quickly do the boots or his sandals. I'm going to do the base in black, so I'm just doing around the sandals, very messy, so that I can cover the whole shoe, but I don't have to be perfect because I'm going to use a black on the base anyways. All right. Oh, I see. Just I need to fix that one little spot because that is going to bug me. Might not be enough, but it's good enough now. Okay, so I mean, I think we did a pretty good job, right? I think he looks pretty similar to what the card represents. I need to do very, very small details. We'll put a little bit of maybe yellow in the eyes of the dragon. Put some whites in the eyes. I'm going to try the recommendation by James of using the needle. I'm going to try that. So just a few small details we need to do. I think we need to do some sort of a little bit of a wash of some sort on him. And then we're going to finish up just, again, very small details. Just need to do some of the weapons and some of the metal on him. And then he's pretty much done as well. These guys here are done. We just need to base. I'll base all three of them off camera just so that we don't have to waste time doing that. But these guys are done as well. I think he looks awesome. And then we had this one we pretty much did in the last stream, but she's ready to go as well. Then we have our centaur. Oh, I need to do the design on the shield as well, so I can do that in the next one. And then our little fairy. Awesome. Awesome. Ooh. Okay. Wow. I'm tired now after all that. This one shaped up quite nicely. I love the details, like the jewels and his bangles. Awesome job, Mel. I love the centaur and the barbarian the most, though. Simple yet elegant. Keep it up. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, thank you everyone for watching. Thank you for your comments, for your suggestions. James, if you're watching this later, I know you had to go, but thank you so much for your tips. We're definitely going to try those out. I didn't even go to the bathroom to get the needles, but I will definitely try that in the next one, because I think that sounds like a great idea of using just the tip of the needle to be able to dab the paint into the eye. So I'm going to try that in the next one for sure. But I think, so pretty much, I think, so I am going to do another stream on the weekend. I'm not sure if it is on the channel yet. Rob is going to take care of posting that. So one of the weekend days, I will paint all day. We'll finish up a few small details that we have on these characters. They're very small. Like I said, I'll do the basing off of camera, and any of the details we'll save on camera. We'll just do a few little touch-ups and highlights, but I think pretty much these guys are ready to go. I mean, other than fixing up the few things that are still missing on this guy, the other guys are technically all playable. The rest is just a little bit of extra. So we'll see how much time we have, obviously, but we'll finish up just a few things that we have left on the night. But then we'll work on some of the mobs. Like I said, I'm going to do one mob with a leader of each set on stream. So that's what we're going to start working on this weekend. we'll get through some of those, and then eventually we'll be able to get to some of the big bosses, and those will probably be one boss in a stream because those are a little bit bigger. Unless I do it on the weekend, then maybe I can do more than one. But yeah, this has been so much fun. We have almost all the characters ready to go. I'm excited to keep going with this. So thank you so much to everybody for watching. Thank you, Matthew and James, again for your super chats today. They're very generous. Thank you. Thank you. If you like these streams, hit that like button. Let me know. If you have any comments or questions or anything, leave them in the comments below. I'll definitely answer them when I can. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to continue this series. So again, if you like it, hit that like button. Let me know that you like this, and we'll keep on painting. Yeah, I think that's it for today. So everyone have a great night, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.